Are you in there? Hello everybody, welcome along to another video. Welcome along, well, another live stream. It's good to see you. It's Saturday morning. We're back at the Nurburgring for Nurburgring Endurance Championship race, which is just about to go into its service. So we're in a practice session at the moment. See, 1,500 teams are signed up, not as many as in round one. And that mean we sneak into, we may sneak into split one, where we'll be completely out of our depth. Mind you, having said that, if I do that, you can actually see this practice session, the track's got loads of grip, and I've actually done a decent time, an 8:30.1, which is ahead of a 6.1k driver. But he was probably on race fuel or something like that. Hello, Chris. Good to see you, matey. So, but 8:30.1, as I was driving round on a quali setup, just loads and loads of grip, just time for doing nothing. I was just driving my normal lines, and it was just gaining time. So, I don't think we'll ever be able to do an 8:30 again. But at least we've got one on the board. So that'll be good. 8:30.1. But we're just seeing that the number of drivers has just disappeared from our screen. So that means the session is about to go live. We'll be put into our split. And I was sort of hoping we're going to drop it to split 2, so I've got a bit of an easier time of it. Like last time, I was in split 2. I know there were some quick guys in there. They also had slower teammates, so I managed to hold on to the quick guys at the start of the race. And of course, I then stuffed it up, had to wear the Meatball Flag of Shame, the MFoS. And I still gained iRating and stuff, but you know, there was a podium on the cards there. So if I'm in top split, definitely not going to obviously be in with a chance of a podium. It'll just be about survival, and that's fine. But I was hoping to be able to fight for a podium, which would hopefully mean, you know, more chances split 2. Hello, Chris. Stevie G. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Thanks for coming along on a Saturday morning. Easter weekend, this is. So if you celebrate Easter, then I hope you have a fantastic one. If you don't celebrate Easter, then please do still have a great weekend. I'm just about to go then into the session. People are disappearing. Is it my turn to disappear? There we go. Race. We won't bother saving that. Let's get some gloves on. So, slightly different way of qualifying this time. We're still going to do 2 laps. But I feel like at the end of my second qualifying lap last time, the tyres had already started to go. Now, I definitely still want to do 2 laps because the first lap, the tyres aren't up to temperature around the Grand Prix loop and the first 2 or 3 sectors of the Nordschleife, hence the Meatball Flag of Shame from last race. So I want to do a whole out lap, but what I'll do this time, although it's my banker lap, I won't be thrashing it so much. I'll try and keep a bit more life in the tyres. So the aim is to still just do a 2 lap run. So an out lap, which will be our banker, which will be probably 4 seconds off the pace, something like that, rather than pushing too hard. And then hopefully we've got life in the tyres to then do a quick lap. But hey, we're getting ahead of ourselves. First of all, we've got to get into the session, see what session we're in. I'm split 2. Okay, John is 5. Okay, so John 74 is streaming at the same time. So John 74, you guys will know, he's in the same car as me, the Audi TCR. And yeah, so he's in a different split from me. Thanks for letting me know which split I'm in, Chris. So split 2. Okay, that means hopefully we might have a decent chance of a decent result here if we don't get ourselves a meatball. Fingers crossed. But thank you for coming along this morning. I know there's lots of other things to watch. Today, we've got me, John, streaming now. In a couple of hours, we've got Knock Racing. Nick Scotty is going to be streaming. Later tonight, we've got Ian from Interface streaming as well. So, yeah, it's a busy one. So I've got car number 10, which is the car number that we want for the Falcons. That's good to see. We might have a clue if we're able to get into the session. I'll quickly get my quali set up on so I don't accidentally forget that. If we get into the session, it might actually give us whereabouts we're ranked. So we're 3rd ranked team in terms of iRating, but there's loads of 3K drivers in here. You can see there on the left-hand side, we've got a 5.7K driver with Octosins. Car number 17, that's going to be really tricky. So we'll try and stick with drivers of that caliber, and then maybe they'll have a teammate that needs to do their minimum fair share. And then when that driver's in the car, that might be a chance for us to take advantage. We also see NXT1 is in here, so they are car number 31. That was Andreas Hook last time, who was quicker than his iRating. So really quick driver, Andreas. again, probably going to be at the front. I mean, I don't know the other drivers. I can see straight away 3.6k, then the 5.7, then me, then 3.2, 3.2, 2.8, 3k. There's no weak links here. But we have the quality set up on the car, so we'll head out and just get a feel for it, because we've got another 5 and a bit minutes of the practice session. You're coming, are you? Right, okay.
Track's clear. Push, push, push.
So on my outlap, well, it won't actually be an outlap because we're coming down the dotting here at the start of quali, so it'll be my first technically hot lap, but I'll be trying to just get round without taking too much life out of the tyres. But this track already feels greasier than the practice session I was just in.
Okay, Damo, 5 minutes to go.
It's foggy, so I'm guessing humidity's up, which will affect the engine power as well. Obviously, the more water there is in the air, the less of the oxygen that we need is in the air. And also, it feels like the track's got less grip. But it's the same for everybody, so we're not going to be too worried about the delta. The delta you'll see on my first lap of quali will be my best ever lap, which is the one I've just done, which was on a ridiculously grippy track, so we'll be well off that pace. And then what we'll probably do is switch to session best lap for the second lap, just so we're comparing like for like, really. But 4-hour race, quali isn't too important. It just potentially helps you stay with the front pack. And what we saw from the first race a couple of weeks ago is that that first part of the race is kind of having to negotiate the slower GT4s. The TCRs and GT4s seem to be very similar on pace, and so the fast TCRs are going to get held up by the back of the GT4 pack. And it's very tricky to overtake the GT4s just because they're quick in a straight line. So coming out of a corner like this, they'll get a bit of a lead, you see. So again, same for everybody. We're just trying to stay with the pack. But thank you for coming along. If you're watching back, it's going to be about just over half an hour before the race begins. So we've got this warm-up, which is another 3 minutes, and then we'll do half an hour of quali, but that'll only be 2 laps, and then a quick toilet break before we grid up for a roll and start. So you've got a bit of a while yet before the race actually starts. So I'll be underdriving the car on my my first banker lap of qualifying, of course. Don't expect miracles. Maybe Easter, but I'm not the one to be bringing the miracles. We'll see how this race goes. If I can dig a miracle out the bag, then I'll try. There's a long old race though. We saw that it was lost for me last time by getting that meatball on the outlap of the second stint. The tyres just weren't up to temperature. The back end snapped away from me and I couldn't recover it. I was sort of half hoping that I'd be, if I sneaked into split 2 rather than split 1, that there might be a chance that John was going to be in here. But it looks like this is a very popular class nowadays, the TCRs. So John's actually slipped out of split 5 by what Chris was saying. And he's been struggling with the TCR since the update, and he's made some changes to his equipment, but hopefully it's in a place now where he can get through the 4 hours okay. And I think with Split 5, if you can get through the 4 hours okay, you're likely to get a decent result out of it. Unfortunately, I think I need to do more than just survive in order to get a good result here. I need to actually race hard. It's tricky when you're not very awake. Faster car coming up behind. On the grass. Give him the carousel. Right, that's the end of our warm-up. That's as much as we're allowed to try the track.
That's the end of the session, P3.
Weirds me out when it does that and suddenly disconnects. Right, let's have a quick swig of drink. Right, what quality have we got on? Quality setup, quality 2 laps. That's the one we want. So I'm going to spin my iPad around and I'm going to ignore you guys as much as I can. Chatting, so forgive me if you do chat and I ignore you. I just need to can't even talk, let alone concentrate. I need to concentrate on qualifying. So this first lap, I'm not even going to bother trying to warm the tyres up on this run down to the start, because although this is a valid lap coming up, I just want life in the tyres for the hot lap.
Track temperature's decreasing. It's now 19 Celsius.
It's a cool track, but I think that fog in the air, that humidity means we're still not going to be that quick, so we're going to get nowhere near the delta. So ignore that. Already losing a lot of time around turn 1 by just not being able to get the nose in. Just remembering I've got to just keep these tyres in good nick. Try not to drag any gravel on the track, which is going to bite us on the next lap. I've also, for the race setup, not the quali one, but the race setup, I've actually tweaked the setup this time as well. So there's less negative camber on the front wheels to try and help them last a bit better through the race. Because by the end of the race, the inside of the tyres was getting a lot more worn than the rest of the tyre. So it'll compromise me a little bit on pace compared to the last race. But hopefully those last couple of laps, I've still got a little bit more life left in the tyres. I don't think the car's got quite enough power to warrant going into into 6th gear there. If it was less humid, then sometimes we've got enough power to have to shift up. Right, it feels like we should be going on to the quick lap now with no fuel. Just enough for that one lap and tyres in a good condition. Just try not to mess it up by getting an off track or something like that. Because this banker lap won't be worth anything really. Right, so we'll go one click down. Actually, I'll keep the brake bars as it is because the fuel's low. So I changed my delta to be session best lap. So when I go over the line, it'll be comparing against what we just did. And I guess we're hoping to be about 5 seconds quicker on the next lap, but I'm not sure we will be with these this fog. Hello mate, I'm just about to do my hot lap buddy, so I will ignore any chat for the time being. That was my warm-up lap, just to get the tyres up to temp.
Pole position. You've only got enough fuel for this lap. That lap time was 8:35.5. The leader's just done a 8:34.7.
Whew.
The guy behind has just done a 8:38.9.
Team behind is called Only Use Me Chin. Is that the guy that's he hasn't got arms? I know there's a sim racer that uses just his head to control the car. Might be him. Right, I need to concentrate on what I'm doing because I lost a little bit of time through that section. Whoa, whoa. Oh dear. I feel like the track's less grippy now, but it might just be psychological. That's rubbish. Right, I'm losing a lot of time unnecessarily here, guys. I'm sorry about that.
Box this lap, please, Demo.
Nope. Right, well I was hoping for a bit more pace on this lap. I don't know where it went. In that mid part of the lap, just seemed really tricky to try and even match my outlap. I've got OJS Unagi in here as well, so we raced them a couple of weeks ago. Their final stint, they were really slow. We actually managed to catch and overtake them.
Two litres left.
Well, that's done what we can. I'll get over the line and then I'll pop for a quick toilet break and then we'll see where we've qualified. Not much more I could have done there.
That's pole. That lap was a 8:34.
Yeah, pole right now, but we'll see where we end up.
Okay, mate, take a breath, fire it back up and get back on it.
Okay, Well, don't know
The
about...
leader has just done a 8:33.6 seconds.
There we go, so obviously NXT, we know they're quick. I'll just put my BRB on, and I will be right back. See you in a few moments. people, how we doing? We're still showing P2, are we? We'll have a look if people are on their laps. People are still doing their laps or not. Yeah, the fact that John, Nick, the fact that John is in split 5, that's crazy. That's crazy. There used to be 1 or 2 sometimes. TCR splits, didn't there? Right, let's put, before I forget, I'll put my race setup on. Oh, a bit out of breath now. So yeah, like I said, I've tweaked the setup that I had last time, so this has got less aggressive camber on the front tyres. So that might cost us a little fraction in performance, but hopefully mean that the car will, the front end will behave itself on laps 8 and 9. Oh, NXT will just catch him as he's running off. Octosins, nope. Nope. Onagi, only use my chin. Yeah, this is the guy I was talking about. Is this the guy who, yeah, he uses his chin to control his sim, maybe? Australian. I'm not sure if that's him or if I'm thinking of someone else. So he's still putting a lap in. Over limits not. Watata's not. Dutch Kiwi. Orex. Just sat there, they're not going to get a lap in. So only use my chin. It's the only person. So who is that? Zach Wood. Let's give him a quick Google, shall we? Oh, I'll take my BRB off as well. You don't want that on there, do you? Zach Wood. No, Zach Woods, that's not him. That's not who I'm after. Search for Zach Wood. No, maybe it's not him. Let's have a look at only use me chin. Me chin, isn't it? Only use me chin. Only use me chin. No, I don't think so. Maybe it's him, maybe it's not. Whoever it is, hopefully they're going to be behind me. He's not finishing his lap. Is my heart rate working? There we go, reset that. But yeah, thanks again for everyone for coming along. I tried to just set up with the car, so it's quite different to the Civic. Felt the moment you got on power too much, the car straight instantly. It's crazy. All right, okay. Right, what's he going to do? 8:38 was his first lap. Or second lap. This is his third. This is probably his low fuel lap. Then he's done a 3-lap run. And I don't think he's improved. Oh, he got an off track because it's not come up with a last lap time there. Right, here we go then, guys. It looks like we are going to be P2 on the grid. Rolling start, though. And we saw last time people really jumped it. They risked it. So who knows where we're going to be as we get into the first lap. But the first lap, we've got to have that first lap mindset, especially on these cold tyres, heavy car. TCR obviously can bite on that first lap. It's so sketchy, so sketchy, especially when you're in a pack and you're getting buffeted by the air, etc. I'm expecting us to be fighting with GT4s as well. So if you look at, we did an 8:34. Let's have a look at what the GT4s were doing. So that would have put us there. So we'd have qualified ahead of Team Thox Lions. We were a GT4 at that pace, so yeah. Satisfied with that anyway. We'll click the all ready to race. End the qualifying run. I doubt it'll finish early anyway because there's probably still people out there. How many entries are there altogether? Oh, we don't know because the all classes. Here we go. Grid. 59 of us out here. I'll spin my iPad back round so I can actually see what you guys are talking about easier. TCR's become the M2. Yeah, exactly. It's gone too far the other way, hasn't it? TCRs to try and get themselves ahead of the M2 are now with the GT4s. the thing is, the GT4s, like the M2, are quick in a straight line. So the TCRs can't just nip past them on the straights. Hey ho, 4-hour race. We'll try and just... Oh, 07. Been distracted by 07. Who's in that? Davide. Hang on. Hang on. What car number are they? 55. Who else is in the car?
That's the end of the session, P2.
Oh, no, it wasn't. I was seeing if Alex Keon was in it, but he's not. Daniele, and Davide. So we're not worried about them then. Still our friends. Right. We have got our race set up on. Taking a moment. So we all need a splash and dash in this race. You may have watched Basic Ollie's race last week. He was in, or 2 weeks ago, he was in top split for TCRs. And he didn't splash and dash. So he ran out of fuel on the last lap. But that was a calculated move from him. So the guy, he risked just ticking off that lap rather than coming in. Because of where the leader of the GT3s were. So in doing so, he managed to cross the line and keep what was at that point P3. But then he lost P3 on the warm down lap because the guy who had stopped overtook him. But that guy was in front of him before the stops anyway. Anyway, I will be intending to pit for a splash and dash at the end. Unless, like last time, we save a lap of fuel just by having the MFoS, the Meatball Flag of Shame. Right. Thanks everyone for coming along. I'm going to be quiet on this first lap. Good luck to John as well. Pass my good luck messages on to John if any of you are watching him. Yeah, we do. Cheers, Steve. So we're actually qualified ahead of a 5.7k driver, which was quite nice. But NXT, like I say, we know Andreas is quick. Oh no, yeah, it is Andreas Hook, yeah. So he's a 3k driver, but he's definitely a specialist around here.
P2. Alright, Damo, we should be competitive here.
Cheers, Nick.
We're aiming for around P2. Our class's strength of field is 3,100.
3.1k strength of field. Right, session best lap is on. This is definitely like, that first lap mindset that I go on about. It's just, this race is the absolute embodiment of that. That whole first lap.
Rolling start. Get ready. Follow car number 16.
I think Andreas is behind that yellow Porsche over there. Can't actually see him.
The safety car speed is 83 kilometers per hour.
But the car next to me, I think, is car number 17, Declan Marsden. Everyone's saving fuel, they're not revving their engine or anything like that. Right, we do get a fast repair, so I'll get that page up as I need to tick it.
Okay, Damo, be ready. Go, go, go! Start's okay. We're still in good shape here.
Yeah, I lifted because I wanted to tuck in behind Andreas. But that guy took advantage of that, Declan. But we're going to be held up behind these GT4s anyway.
The guy in front is car number 17, and their rating is 5.8.
Let's settle down for a 4-hour race. So Declan's got ahead of Andreas, but doesn't matter to us.
Okay, Damo. The next car is Heck, and their rating is 3.1. Yellow flag. There's an incident in Sabine Schmidt's curve.
Okay, there's a few corners ahead of where we are.
Use all the track. Force him to find the gap.
Nice one, thanks Chris. Are there GT4s in his split?
Okay, Damo. Keep Ryder under pressure. He'll make a mistake.
I sort of want him to keep up with Brendan though, really. I don't want him making mistakes.
Don't let this guy intimidate you.
It's all about trying to save a bit of fuel, look after the tyres at the moment. We can't go anywhere. Try not to wheel spin. Easy said than done in these cars. Looks like there's a little bit of a gap between P5 and P7, which was probably actually now P6. So Brendan hasn't, so Declan hasn't stuck with Thomas in the GT4s here. There we go, in the tow we can use 6th gear here.
Just ignore him, he'll go away. There's an incident in, or act. The gap in front is now 0.40.
Oh, he's in the wall behind. Jesus, guys, come on. Right, we're leader, but we're going to get absolutely gobbled up down this straight. So the guy behind's 0.7 behind, and he's got Kyohi Pikashvili behind as well. Cheers, Nick. Killed my momentum onto this straight, but I think I've got enough just to hold off these two guys, hopefully. I'm hoping they're going to be sensible and not try and outbrake each other or even come into the back of me. Eyes forward, Damo, eyes forward.
Okay, Damo, keep doing what you're doing. This is spot on. You're now in the lead.
Want that orange car to go for a lunge here on the black one. Now's the time that I don't want everyone to be sensible. We're going to be pulling Jorge with me for a little while here. Hopefully we can form a bit of a breakaway around the Nordschleife. But remember, I did out-qualify him. He may not be looking after his tyres as much as I am. Oh, thanks for that alert. I can't see what it is, I'm afraid. Tricky part of the circuit.
Subscribe to the channel.
Thanks for the subscription, guys. There's a bit of a delay on that, so thank you for subscribing. It might have been a little while ago. Nice to have new people along.
Don't let this guy distract you. The guy behind's got a poor reputation. Prepare for trouble.
Oh, prepare for trouble. Yep, I'm afraid I didn't catch you. That wasn't subscribed, but thank you so much. I think Jorge's overdriving a little. He's perhaps getting a little bit of my toes still. I can only do what I can do. I can't affect him. Want him and George to start battling. Yeah, I'm just gonna not overdrive the car, or try not to, and hopefully I'll eke away from them. Oh, he's run wide behind. I think he's hit the barrier. There was a bit of netcode there. I saw him glitching around. George is now through. And the gap is 1.9. Oh no, Jorge's back. He's glitching. I think he's got a bit of netcode. Just not going to be help anyone back there. Eyes forward, Damo. What are you doing? Satisfied that the GT4s have got a bit of pace this time, so they're 6 seconds ahead of us now.
To car number 138 behind is now 1.4 seconds.
fully focus mode through there. But it's a long old race, so I don't want to take too much out of these tyres. It's good to stay out of their toe, or keep them out of my toe even. I don't need to push too hard and burn through it and then lose it all on laps 8 and 9. Sensible head on. Definitely distracted me, that. Right, Jorge's lost the guy behind him, so he's not going to be towing anybody. Right. .7 a gap to Jorge now. Yeah, he was definitely glitching everywhere, blinking, so I don't know if he actually hit. I don't know if he actually hit a barrier or what. .8. I'm actually pulled away from him a little bit down the straight. Like I say, I have tweaked this setup to look after the tyres more. It actually gave me also a little bit more top end speed from what I saw in testing as well. It is less grippy round the Nords. But that's a sacrifice of winners mate. Oh, it's gone off. Right. Okay, guys. Right. I know you're here for entertainment, but let's hope for a boring race now. This is what we want. People making mistakes. Whew. Do any of you guys know, so I've got Georg or George behind me, 4.6 seconds back, do we know what lap time he did in practice? He's a 2.2k driver, as in qualifying, sorry. I don't suppose any of you have got a photographic memory. Just to get an indication of how his pace differs from mine, how much I can just look after these tyres. Actually, he's catching me at the moment, so I'm thinking maybe I do need to keep pushing for a bit. Right, 9-1. Oh, okay, right. Thank you, guys. .4 the gap. So yeah, he has caught me a little bit there, but over a lap, we'll see when we start ticking off the laps.
Gap to Nurga behind is now 4.4. Slippery surface flag, be careful.
There's always a slippery surface there. Having to work so hard to try and keep this car stable. You might not see it on stream, but the back end is still moving around loads. The setup I've got in is quite an aggressive one to get this lap time. Which is a bit of a gamble on a 4-hour race, but I'm hoping I can keep on top of it. Anyone who's part of the Damien Cross Racing teams will have access to this setup. Hello KH, how you doing, mate? We're leading this time, mate. Managed to avoid the incidents on lap 1 very early in this race. We find ourselves in the lead and just about eking away from P2 at the moment, but we're trying to do so while still looking after the tyres. Anyone watching John's stream, John74, do we know if he's still in the lead? He's P2, okay. Not bad at all. Hopefully he's saving some fuel or tyres or whatever. Okay, cool. Good to know. So is he still in the tow of P1? Nice one. Maybe me and John need to join up for a session. One of these races together and split 3 or 4. I do. If I do manage to hold on to this is a 3.1k strength of field in this class, so there's some points on offer. I'm not sure if I'm going for the whole championship or not, but the fact I've done 2 rounds now in the TCR, I guess I'm sort of committing to one class, so I'm not sure.
The gap to Gerger behind is increasing. It's now 5.1.
One of the rounds is on the same day as the Toyota, one of my community races, so I might have to drop that one. But we'll see how this goes. I might get the Meatball Flag of Shame anyway. We haven't had any GT3s trying to come past us yet, which is a nightmare. There, now go around the GP loop.
Incident in Stefan Beloff S.
What's going on? What's going on? Sorry, Nick, I'll answer you in a bit. I think some of the technicalities you might have to just take a look at iRacing, because I'm not sure I can recall, buddy. Alright, coming on to Dottinger, the gap is 5.1. 5.0 as he's getting on here. 4.9, so he's caught a little bit through that first part of the Dottinger. But he's not far off my pace. He's I'm only going to be gaining about, well, less than a second on this lap by looks of things overall. But a gain is a gain.
The gap behind is now 5.0 seconds.
Yeah, half a second I gained on him on that lap. Or pulled away from him even. It's definitely quick for a 2.2k guy.
There's an incident in Savage Schmidt's curve. Slower car ahead. We're racing them for
Jesus,
positions.
guys.
No blue flag.
Oh, we'll see how George gets through all that. Lost us a few attempts, but nothing too drastic. Yeah, looks like George got it through it unscathed. Hello Ian, how you doing, mate? Yeah, so far so good, mate. Qualified P3. Leaders had incidents in the first lap. And then we've just been trying to pull away from George behind. George was battling another guy who was blinking, so that sort of helped us get a few seconds ahead. And then the last couple of laps I've eked out a little bit more each lap. Good luck in your race later, Ian. I believe John's still going well as well. I'm sure you checked in on him as well, Ian.
The gap behind is now 5.2.
It's quicker than me coming into Adenauer forced. But again, I'm looking after my tyres around there, so I'm not too worried. Trying to play the long game. Guess what I'm trying to do is build up a bit of a lead so that I can take my out lap when I pit. I take that really gently. And not get bitten again. I'll say it again, this George behind, 2.2k driver, is really, really quick. I'm not pulling away from him at all, so what I'm hoping is that he's just burning through his tyres too much. Oh, he's pushing really hard and will hopefully make a mistake.
The gap to E2 behind is increasing. It's now 5.7 seconds.
Okay, that's handy. One thing to bear in mind, I guess, is that George, 2.2k, to be in this split, he's got a quick teammate. And there was a 5.7k guy in the split. So maybe... Oh no, the 5.7k guy is Octosins in the Hyundai, isn't he? Oh yeah, so, yeah, okay, so he's down in P8, having had an incident on the first lap. And his lap times aren't as quick as mine and George's. The pace isn't really that high in this race. It's
The gap to P2
I don't think there's a lot of grip
now
out here.
6.3.
both P1, nice one. Right, 5 laps till we pit. We are gently catching up to these GT4s, but hopefully they'll pull away. Hopefully they just made a mistake or something. .7 the gap to Adam in front. Yeah, all right, Mick. Good luck, mate. Good luck at 10. Thanks for popping in. So anyone who doesn't know, that's Nick from Knock Racing. He's got a race at Summit Point in the GT3, I believe. He's having another go at it after some bad luck in a previous one. No team radio, no voice chat even from the drivers at all yet. I don't think anyone's got it switched on. Nice quiet chat. I haven't muted it. I don't think. It's just not a lot there. Maybe that'll start when people start lapping each other. Faster cars coming through.
Gap to V2 behind is now 6.7.
6.7 for a while, I think. Yeah, still, even though that we've identified the 5.7k driver is not part of George's team behind, he still must have a quick teammate or a highly rated teammate to be in split 2. 2.2k isn't far off what John is, and John's down in split 5. So that's definitely an unknown quantity as what that team, Over Limit Racing, what that team's got in its locker. They're going to wheel out like a 4.5k driver or something, and we might have our work cut out. Yeah, hopefully, obviously I've got a bit of experience on this track in these conditions now, having done the first stint, so if they do put a quick driver in, he might take a little longer than me to get up to speed, maybe. I've got GT3 coming, it's on our lap. How sensible is he going to be? Hopefully he knows that I'm in the lead of my race. Oh, I recognise that car, the 666 car from last time we raced. So if he doesn't hit the GT4.
Alright, Damo, you've used half your fuel.
Right, 4 laps at the line it'll be. Yeah, nothing under control.
Now 7.1 seconds. Slippy surface flags out. yellow car ahead. This guy's racing us for position. He won't get a blue flag.
I guess that means Adam's probably just got his first blue flag for me. But he's going to pull away down the straight anyway. Now those guys will only do an hour, I think, before they pit. So they might pit before I actually get to him anyway. If he's quick enough on this next lap. Right, so we've got a fuel tick. Let's actually start ticking things that we're going to need. We're going to need tyres. I am going to get all 4. And we're going to fill up the fuel tank. I see some people are in the pits, probably from crashes. Just hoping they don't come out just in front of me.
You've got about 4 laps of fuel left. Your lap time was at 8:38.5 seconds.
I feel like I'm still the quickest guy on track. I think my caps on the left-hand side of your screen will show all green down the right-hand side of it. So that's quite handy. And it's rare that someone puts their slower driver in the car first. I'm hoping if there are driver changes, even if they're highly rated, they might not be the faster driver. Again, nothing I can control on that though. Control how much I'm using my tyres. That's right. Damo versus Nords. It's like the ultimate derby. How many times have we seen this battle?
The gap to Gerger behind is now 7.6.
How's my heart rate doing? Be burning plenty of calories again this morning, guys. I'm already sweating, so. Right, so Adam's only 2.5 seconds up in the GT4. But also, you need to show it a lot of respect. So I think it is boss no matter what. And let's not kid ourselves, this is split 2, it's not split 1. So I was fortunate with how the splits came around, maybe. Yeah, that's it, Ian. Long race. I need to concentrate on every single corner. And every time you come round each corner, it's a lot different, because the last time you came round, it was 8.5 minutes ago. And the track and your car has changed in that 8.5 minutes. Right, this rate, I might even get a little bit of a toe off this GT4 down the Dottinger. I'm not sure if he'll be pitting this lap or next lap. It's up to 8 seconds now to get behind. I think you might have made a little bit of an error.
The gap to Gerger behind is increasing. It's now 8.3 seconds.
Still on 0 instant points as well, from what I remember. Hopefully that's correct. Yeah, 0x. Hopefully John's doing the same. He's not racking up the off tracks. I don't think I'm going to be close enough to this Beamer to get a toe. Then a Dottinger. He's still 2 seconds ahead. Right, all Audis at the front of our pack now. Hyundais and Hondas, but again, I'm not sure that's pace. Again, like last time, it seemed like the Audis were just more sensible. I don't know if this is a psychological thing when you choose the Audi, but the Hondas and Hyundais in the last race were the ones that were being aggressive and crashing. And again, that's what happened in this race at the start.
The gap to Gerger behind is now 8.2 seconds.
Apart from NXT, who's in an Audi. Right, I've managed to maintain that gap at over 8 seconds.
We estimate 3 laps of fuel left.
I agree. GT Force haven't pitted yet. But I'm not getting held up by this beamer, so that's fine. He's actually pulled away from me on that lap, I think. I'm sure when we came around here last time he was 2.5 seconds ahead. He's now 3.5, so I think he's found a bit of pace. Okay. I'm sure he'll deal with that fine. Nice sensible driving, being more Doug.
Red yellow flag. There's debris out there.
Artist, what the hell was that?
Oh no, what's happened? Oh, the leader of GT3 is in the pits. Is that a scheduled stop, or is that what that radio message was about? Ooh. Doesn't matter, Damien. Doesn't matter. Concentrate on apexes and exits. 8.5 seconds to gap now. We want to be able to come out the pits with at least 5 seconds. I'm hoping he's going to start dropping back with his tyres.
The gap to P2 behind is now 8.5.
Another person's P2's now pitted as well. It doesn't show toe, so maybe it is. Maybe it is their first stop. Slippery surface. Managed to negotiate that. Again, George is often quicker than me through there, but I do try and look after my tyres, so I'm happy with that. Blabbering on about tyres more than a Bridgestone salesman, aren't I? Can't take quite as much speed into that corner now as I used to. Is that Veer Siphon? I can't remember the name of it now. It's the slowest corner on the Nordschleife section anyway, that left-hander. There is a slower corner when you've got the combined, because turn 1, you actually go slower through turn 1 than you do through that bit. So yeah, when the Grand Prix loop's involved, the slowest corner is on there. Yeah, see, I think there's lots of moisture in the air. We see a bit of fog, and with this fuel load on board, I should definitely be looking for 6th gear up here. But 5th gear is serving me well because I don't think the power's there. I think that's why we're a few seconds off the ultimate lap times.
The gap to Gerger behind is now 8.8.
Right, not a lot of grip through there at all. Let's see if Berger does all right through there. Well, I say Berger, he's actually called George Sputzen. I don't know why they keep calling him Berger. When he says Berger, he means George Sputzen, or Georg Sputzen. Alright, well, the GT4 pit this time. We'll have 2 laps at the line. This could be another thing. Maybe Georg behind is saving fuel now. That's why he's dropping back. And trying to get a 10th lap out of this. Kudos to him if he manages that. Or his tyres are done. Yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? Yeah. I say I've made a big old... I might have mentioned tyres. I've made a big old point of tyres, haven't I? I see the GT4 leader has pitted.
The gap to Gerger behind is now 9.8 seconds.
And there's a big old gap back to Philip in P3. Again, nobody on track, though, is quicker than me. OctoSins down in P8, that's the 5.7k guy, and he's only 0.2 slower than me, but he's still slower, and he must have a slower teammate. He must do. Oh, someone's oh, OctoSins has towed again. Oh dear. Well, they're definitely not going to be faster than us while they're towing.
Only 2 laps of fuel left. Alright, Damo, that's good consistency. Keep it up.
Okay, we're in front of the GT4s now. Those that have pitted. I think one of them hasn't. Really? When did you do that? What did I do? What did I do? What do you mean, Ian? Sorry, when did I do what? Oh, no idea what you're talking about, Ian, so I'm just gonna ignore you and concentrate on the Nordschleife if that's okay. Oh, right. I see. Yeah, it's because I'm driving and having to concentrate. I can't necessarily see when your comment comes in, so apologies for the misunderstanding there, mate. Alright, so the only GT4 that I think is in front of us is a guy called Thomas, but he's already pitted and he's a lap down. So I think we are in front of the GT4 field, because P1 in GT4 is 17 seconds behind us on the road. You understand, as long as one of us does, mate. I got no idea what's going on. Put Damien in car, make go fast, no crash. 0x, please.
The gap to Gerger behind is increasing. It's now 10 seconds.
Woohoo! 10 seconds. But you'll catch me through add now force probably. That bit we just went round. Unless his tyres are gone. That's probably an indicator that his tyres are gone if he doesn't catch me through there this time. In fact, that looks like he has dropped back. So if you're new here, qualified P2, dropped down to P3 on the rolling start, but that was fine because our aim was just to stay in the front pack. We quickly caught up to the GT4s, and in that carnage, we lost a couple of the guys at the front, and I was then leading. Managed to stay in P1 as we crossed the line to start the second lap, and then tried to eke away. The guys behind were in my toe for a little while, but they started to make mistakes. One guy was blinking a bit, which helped. And now they've all sort of sorted themselves out and haven't got any toe. I've been pulling away about a second a lap. Just over on average, so we are just over 10 seconds ahead, and this is lap 8. It feels like we're in control at the moment, but it's just against the track now. So I'm having to concentrate very, very hard, because the setup I've got, which enables these quicker laps, is it's a bit of a killer. It certainly does bite, especially on cold tyres.
Behind is now 10 seconds.
I want to buy myself a bit of time so that my outlap on the cold tyres I can be a bit more gentle. Not too gentle, because actually driving gently means you've got less grip on the back. And that's what caught me out last time. I had to wear the MFoS, the Meatball Flag of Shame. But the gap, I want it to be at least 5 seconds when we come out the pits. It's currently 11. And I managed to save a little bit of fuel in that first lap, so I might have a very slightly shorter stop than George if he has not been saving fuel. Although I am going to fill the tank up. I don't need to, because that'll give me 9.5 laps. I only need 9. But I like having an extra half a lap. You just might as well just carry it through the race with me. It doesn't hurt me that much. And then my final splash and dash will be very short. And that splash and dash, I won't take tyres. So again, I might have mentioned tyres. It's all about looking after the fronts. Except your outlap, which is all about just getting the rears up to temperature so they don't kill you. But also one thing we haven't had yet is people lapping us. And that's when things get very tricky. We've got a whole load of hungry GT3 cars who'll be fighting for position. And again, having a little bit more time in my pocket means that I can be a bit more... give me more choices when I'm letting them past. Rather than having to worry about lap time. That's scary. So my tyres are going. But we'll have another lap on the line to do. Right, so I am going to begin refueling and I will fill up the tank, just checking that. Let's grab another gear. And the tyres are all ticked. We're good, we're good. Optosins are still towing, I'm guessing they've given up. Wow, that really was heart in my mouth back there. Some GT4, I see a GT4 in the pits, but he's a lap down.
Is now 10 seconds.
That's what you come here for, isn't it, Ian? Yeah, actually, while we're talking about tyres, thanks for prompting me. I had said at the start, some of you might have missed it, that I've changed the setup on this car from last time. So there is less negative camber on the front tyres. A couple of clicks less. Because I was wearing the insides of the tyres too much. So I've tried to balance that out by straightening up the tyre a little bit more, which does compromise me a little bit on pace. But as the race is going on, hopefully, that means that my tyres are in better nick than they would have been otherwise. So. Right, Onagi's already pitted. So maybe they're doing a bit more of a balanced strategy with the tyres. It's not a bad shout. Rather than having a splash and dash at the end, have a proper pit stop. And then you don't have to suffer these lap 9 tyres at any point. Just keep doing 8s. Right, we have got a GT4 leader coming up behind us, but I don't think he's going to catch us by the end of this lap. He's going to have to be super fast. And their lap times, looking at the laps, are about the same as mine. That does mean when we come out the pits, we're probably going to be in a GT4 with the GT4. It's not necessarily a battle, but that could complicate matters as I'm trying to bring my tyres up to temperature slowly. Last time I did this as well, through the stint, I started to wind my brake balance forwards to accommodate the weight coming off of the front tyres. I haven't felt the need to do that this time, and I think KH Motorsport was kind of saying, yeah, obviously if the rear tyres are the ones wearing, front tyres are the ones wearing, let's lean on the rears a bit more. And I've been stewing on that for a while, so I think keeping the brake balance consistent throughout the stint has sort of made sense, rather than winding it depending on the weight of the car. But it really is a slow track compared to practice. Before I came into this session, in the, you know, when you get put into a practice before they assign the splits, the track was almost 10 seconds lap quicker than this. I did an 8 minute 30. Anyone on my Discord looking at my Garage 61,
Surface flag.
those of you in the Dame Cross Racing teams will see the Garage 61, you see an 830 in there. Don't read too much into that, the track conditions were just awesome. Alright, so at the end of this lap, we're hoping that George actually does pit. That he's not managed to eke out another lap. And we also hope that if he puts another driver in the car, they're not super fast. The fact that Octosins is still towing and it's not dropped any more positions implies to me that there are only actually 7 of us still going in the TCR class. Unless someone's been being repaired for over 13 minutes behind him and they're going to come out. Oh, George seems to lose a couple of attempts there. He's nearly 11 seconds behind again now. Just about managed to hold on to 6th gear there, but didn't help a lot. Right, an hour and a quarter into the race, still on 0x. But the fronts obviously are not feeling great.
Come into the pits at the end of this
I
lap.
will.
Box this lap.
I will. That's my first incident point. Just had no grip through there.
Keep it nice and tidy, please, Damo.
So on the splash and dash at the end, that does mean I'm going to have to do another lap on tyres. So that's going to be fun. I do not want to change for tyres. I do not want cold tyres on that final lap.
Red yellow flag, there's debris on the track.
Slippery track everywhere. The whole course should be under red and yellow flags, I think. Right, the GT4 didn't catch us then on his new tyres, even though he'd been 3 seconds lap off the Delta, which is session best lap, of course. Oh, right, coming into the pits. One final check that we have actually got fuel ticked. Yep. And tyres. Yep. Cool. Well, Also, a quick shout out to Knock Racing,
Gap
Nick
to
Scotney,
Nurburgring
who's about
End
to start a
now,
race.
11 seconds.
I think he's live streaming that, I believe he is. But thanks to everyone who's sticking around watching this instead. I'll certainly be watching his race back at some point, but we've bought ourselves 11 seconds over George coming into this first pit stop. Really hoping that is enough. We don't need a fast repair, no damage on the car.
Activate limiter, please demo. Box in 360 meters.
Quite far down the end. I think George is coming in.
Behind is
he is. He's pitting.
100 meters.
Phillips keeping on going though.
50 meters. Front left.
Oh, has he? No, I think
62%.
Philip. Right, everyone's
rear,
pitted.
89.
Everyone's pitted. Right, grab a drink. There we go. 0x. No, 1x. On that stint. Right, so it's all about the rear tyres now, guys. %63%, 62%, 62% at the front, not bad. I've been in the 50s last race. So, yep, happy about that. 62%.
There's traffic behind. Watch your mirrors. You've got cold tyres. We need to
So
get
some
heat
people
into
did
them.
stay
There's an
out.
incident in Haukaken. We think it might be Shimizu. The next car is Boss, and their rating is 2.7.
Right, I'm going to go really quiet because I've got to concentrate on these tyres, guys. And I've got GT3s coming this lap as well. Oish.
Blue flag. Red yellow flag. Watch for debris on the track. The gap to Boss ahead is increasing. It's now 6.0 seconds.
Somehow, someone who stopped on lap 8 is still in front of me.
Blue flag.
That's really confused me. Maybe that wasn't for a fuel stop or something. Shit! Honestly, this car on cold tyres is ridiculous.
Blue flag.
Apologies for the language. Yeah, cheers, Chris. How's someone in front of me? Not the guy who hasn't stopped yet. He's obviously doing a 10-lap stint to begin with. That's fine.
Blue flag.
So when I'm sticking to the left-hand side of the track, why do you think you need to go to the left-hand side, mate? Right, so Over Limit Racing has now got a different driver, Florian by the looks of things, and they've lost a position. That's really confused me that someone who stopped on lap 8 is in front of me. Unless they stopped and did something else, they didn't take tyres and fuel. Because I was quicker than everybody.
10 seconds.
Oh, that's Unagi. Yeah, I was well ahead of Unagi, but they only stopped for 27 seconds. Why did they only stop for 27 seconds? Oh well, just concentrate on what I'm doing. Yeah, maybe drive through. Yeah, could be Ian, yeah. Right, I've just got to stick with what I'm doing. I was the fastest guy, pitted on schedule. What other people do doesn't matter. If I'm faster than them and I'm on the good strategy, it will sort itself out. Jesus Christ. Jesus, man. Another incident point. Oh, well, same for everybody. This has not hit a barrier. I believe the car's still alright.
It's closing you down. The gap has
I'm not
come down
surprised.
to 9.9.
Guys, my heart is pounding. Gap's now just 9 seconds behind. So I've definitely lost time through that slow lap, but I've had a few incidents there, so not a surprise.
Client's carousel. It looks like
Oh no. You stay there, mate. It is towed. So that was the guy who was trying to do 10 laps. He was trying to get the extra lap,
okay,
but maybe his tyres were just shot.
And their rating is 2.8.
Right, so what's going on with these Unagi guys then? Are they going to pit?
Tower is pitting.
Oh, so that's another team that's done 10 laps. Okay. Oh, maybe they were the team in front of us. Right, so there is another team that's done a 10 laps stint. So they're not going to need a drive through, a doodle-jig at the end. A splash and dash. They're already coming out though. Oh no, they're not, they're not, they're not.
Shimizu ahead is pitting.
So the Hondas seem to be able to do 10 laps. Okay, right. That's interesting. I mean, I could really fuel save and I could get 10 laps in.
Shimizu, car number 30, is now leading. You're in the lead.
So they'll now have the cold tyre. Fun. It's a bit of an unknown quantity behind me now with, what's his name? Philip. Just need to get a few laps under our belt to start to see if we're quicker than him or not. Anyone who's watching John, do you know if he's having any problems with packet loss or anything like that?
The gap to Philip behind is now 9.6.
He's been having a few problems recently. That's good to know. Thanks, Chris. Is he still doing all right? I guess he's done his pit stop by now. I really appreciate you guys keeping an eye on it for me. Right, who's towing? Watata is towing. I think that was their outlap. Are they the guys that did 10 laps? And now they're towing on the cold tyre lap. May well be. Yeah, I think it was them. I think they're towing. Alright, so Philip is 9 seconds behind. Let's keep an eye on that. John's P1. Oh, the pressure's on, John. Anything less than P1 is a disappointment today, isn't it?
The gap to P2 behind is now 9.0.
I can't believe I've now got 4x as well with those GT3s coming through and really wrong-footed me. Another one coming, well, P-Cup coming through in a bit. He's backing off. Now you're going through there, right. What a crazy decision. So I stay out of his way to let him through. He backs off of that one and then just goes at the next corner. Oh well, okay, we survived it. I don't think we've lost any time to the guy behind either. It got the 5x. Ah, sorry, I'll have a look at that on the dotting here, Chris. Someone's very sorry. I wonder if they've hit one of the TCRs. We've got 5x in lap 1. Right, I'll read the rest of that in a sec. P35. Alright, nice one. Thanks, Chris. Is he damaged with his 5x then? Right, so these P-Cup cars are not going to get me before the GP loop. They're going to be close, but they're going to... Maybe they'll get me into turn 1?
Blue flag. Gap to Philip behind is now 9.2 seconds. Sector 2 is 2.6 off the pace. Temps increasing. It's now 22 Celsius.
Track temps coming up. Struggling to get the power down that one. Alright, so Philip was a half a second quicker than me. We did have fun with traffic on that one. Only USB Chin was 1.6 seconds quicker than me. So we have another contender to worry about. Oh, so sketchy around there, guys. So hard to judge that in a TCR.
The gap to Philip behind is increasing. It's now 9.3.
9.3, okay. Scrappy round there. Oh, this guy Philip's making me work for it, though, isn't he? So what team is that? Nurburgring Racing. I've got no idea if he was in the car at the start of this race. Because I know I was quicker than people that were in the cars at the start, but I don't know if Philip was in the car. I wasn't really concentrating on him, I was looking at the, yeah, Florian.
P2, P2 behind is increasing. It's now 11 seconds.
Alright, they all might start working together though to catch me if I'm not careful here. Can't control what they do. I'm just hoping they battle rather than work together. Florian and Zach may have dropped back a little bit there. Philip, I think, has also dropped back a little bit. It's not like they've got traffic coming through, so not sure why. Two and a quarter hours left of this race, guys. Currently sat with a 12-second lead. And I think we are on the same strategy as everyone else in the front four. The Audis, all the Audis stopped on lap 9. We've got a pickup car now coming through on this lap.
The gap to Philip behind is now 12 seconds.
Okay, Mohammed in the pickup is 8.5 seconds behind. It might get us up the long old hill. I'm not sure I'll be able to keep him behind till then though. Now, I think the lap time delta you see there, best session best lap. We're not going to trouble that now because the track temperatures have come up. But we'll keep it there as a bit of a guide. Track temperature's up to 23 now. It started at 19. Looks like as people are coming through on this lap, they are green in the sense that I was quicker than them on that lap. So it looks like we're the fastest guy on track again, which is nice.
Slippery surface flag.
Of course there is. Of course there's a slippery surface flag.
Blue flag.
That was tricky. Cost me half a second. He's bouncing around all over the place. So that's P3 in the P-Cups. All on his own.
The gap to Philip behind is now 12 seconds.
I think it was on about 12 seconds. It's 12.7 according to my relative. Closer to 13. So as we went into the pits, of course, we were 11 seconds in the lead, but that was over limit racing, and they had a slightly longer stop than us. Maybe missed their pit box or something like that, because they were about 4 seconds slower than us. Oh no, about 6 seconds slower. So they did 1 minute 23 pit stop, whereas ours was 1:16. But rather than having an 11-second lead over them, we've now got a 13-second lead over Philip. Right, see if we've got his number. Just touched that curb on the inside there, threw me off a little. Cost me a bit of time there. That corner's so close to being flat out. I had a little lift, but that meant I touched the curb on the inside. Now, who's this guy? Joel in the BMW M2. Of course, we're going to have to lap the M2s, aren't we?
Coming up on a slower class car.
Another complication.
The gap behind is now 13.
All that we
seconds.
hope is that we're passing him when we're not getting overtaken ourselves by another faster class car, because that can cause confusion. So I want to catch him before another GT3 or P-Cup comes along. Not sure if that was him trying to let me pass, but he was parked on the apex. But I'm past him, so that's good, and if he's unpredictable... I like the fact that someone unpredictable is between me and the guys behind. That's handy.
Slippery surface flags out.
I'm not sure why, there's no gravel there. Right, another lap, almost done. 2.5 hours to go, we're nearly halfway through the race. I feel like we've got the measure of Philip at the moment. We're not really pulling away. Oh, I suppose we are, but not a lot. So we're just sort of matching him. If we can match him, then we're going to come into the next pit stop 13 seconds in our pocket rather than just 11. So we're in a better position. Always get nervous coming past the pits, so someone's going to come out and not see me.
You've just done a 8:14.7
Alright.
seconds.
So we were a second quicker than Leberkas racing that time. Feel it.
The gap to Philip behind is increasing. It's now 13 seconds.
Right, so the next person coming through will be a P Cup car. And Philip has still got to negotiate that BMW M2, so that's handy. He hasn't done that yet. Oh, I said thanks, so I guess he's now overtaken the BMW. Yeah, he's in front of him. God damn it. Right, I can see the headlights of the Porsche behind me now.
Slippery surface flag, careful.
Worked out alright. Right, looks like all of the TCRs have got past that BMW M2. Concentrating on the apexes and exits now. 14 seconds back to Philip. Okay. Okay, I can handle that.
The gap to Philip behind is now 14 seconds.
And got to be mindful of the fact that these guys might be trying to do longer stints. It might be on a 10-lap stint. It feels like you wouldn't be that close to me. 14 seconds. If you were. You don't know. Well, let's not hit the inside curb here this time. That's a little better. Is John still leading, guys? If anybody's still watching him and me. Nice. Oh, very similar. Very similar position. So I need to get this up to 15 seconds then. It's 14 and a half. I'm behind. I will resist the temptation to try and get the 15 seconds. I'll just do what I am doing. Oh, I bet Summit Point GT3 has got chaos written all over it, hasn't it? Is it wet, his race, Chris? Or is it dry? Right, I've got 15 seconds lead now. Right at the moment, okay. Oh, cheers, Chris. Right, we'll have 4 laps on the line. So we better start adding fuel.
Behind is increasing. It's now 15 seconds. You've got half your fuel left.
Tick my tyres. Without crashing. The tyres are all ticked, and I will refuel in 4 laps. I'm going to you. I'm P1, man. Thanks for coming along, mate. We are split 2. We qualified P3. No, qualified P2. We were P3 as we started the race because the guy next to me, 5.7k driver, he got a bit of a jump. But we settled in. By the end of lap 1, we were up to P1 because we didn't crash where others did. And then we've been pulling away through the race. Also trying to look after tyres and things. We're on the same strategy as the other guys in the top 4.
Okay, Damo, there's a car exiting the pits. Heads up. We estimate 4 laps fuel remaining. We're setting the pace. Your last lap time was at 8:39.2 seconds. You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Right, this is going to cause hassle. this is definitely slowing us down, guys. Ah. But these guys are only back here because they've done 2 stops, so they are quicker than me when the tyres get up to temp. Don't want them to crash.
Philip, he's reeling you in. The gap's now 15 seconds.
Yeah, I've got some complications here though, Jim. Yeah, that's it to you. Thanks for giving the, yeah, hit the like, people.
Okay, Damo, there's a faster car approaching, slow car ahead. We're on the same lap, so they'll get no blue flag. Blue flag.
I've also got a GT3 in the mix, which is going to be great fun here, guys.
Faster car's approaching, slower car ahead. This guy's racing us for position, he won't get a blue flag. The driver in front's got a bad reputation.
Oh, 4 different classes all within a couple of seconds. This is fun, isn't it? Thanks for the 0x, mate. I'm in the Audi TCR, mate. Having fun with these GT4s, though. I think that guy in front of me hopefully will now pull away. And maybe Nurburgring behind. In the Mercedes GT4, he'll perhaps get me on a Dottinger. I don't want him trying to do it into Muck Curve up here. And I know he'll be tempted to. We've also got some P-Cup cars coming through at the same time. Yeah, 4 hours solo, buddy. Halfway through it.
Faster class car approaching. The driver behind's had loads of incidents, be careful. Slower car ahead. We're racing this guy for position. Don't expect a blue flag.
Lost loads of time, but we're still 15 seconds in front of Philip. In the other TCR. Concentrate on our apexes and exits now because we don't want Norimaru catching up in the GT4 and hassling us. We've got another P-Cup coming in a little while as well. God, this is fun. There's a lot to think about. Also, my wrist is starting to hurt. So that's handy with an hour and 48 to go. Plus the final lap. Yep, we've pulled it a little bit again on Daniel. Again, we're the fastest car on track on the last lap. TCR, that is, I mean, sorry. Fastest TCR on track. That's why we race, mate. We wouldn't do it if it was easy. Right, Norimaru's just a second and a half behind. He might get me into turn 1. And there's a P-Cup coming as well.
The gap behind is now 16 seconds.
I don't think Norimaru is close enough. I don't want to wait for him.
Alright, Damo, we're halfway home. We think about 3 laps of fuel remaining. That last lap was at 8:42.7.
I think the P-Cup might have pitted. If the P-Cups are pitting now, that's really handy. That's really handy. So he might have slowed down the people behind me, but they haven't caught me yet. Yeah, we were 0.2 seconds quicker than Nurburgring, but only used my chin. He's the quick guy at the moment, and he was a tenth quicker than me on that lap. How we do, though, is really dependent on what Norimaru does in the GT4 here. Wouldn't be fun if it was easy. My heart wouldn't be pounding so much if it was easy. So the guy behind in this GT4 is an A4.9 driver. Hopefully not going to do anything stupid. He's in a decent position. I'm sure he knows that I'm leading my class. Right, will he have enough speed to get me here? Quick turn in, mate.
Slow car ahead. There'll be no blue flag here. We're on the same lap.
I like it when he says slow car when it's actually a GT4. Yeah, that's right, Taya. Right, Philip's 14.8 behind. So he is, he's matching me at the moment.
The gap to Philip behind is now 15 seconds.
My mind's already going to that outlap. Thinking about the outlap. Wanted a bit of a buffer as we come out of the pits, so we can take it easy. Oh yeah, all right. Yeah, right. Easy. Yeah. You wait until we come out on cold tyres, mate. That first lap out of the pits is absolute. Oh, it's so sketchy. That's why I'm trying to get a bit of a lead here. At the first round of stops, I came in with 11 seconds lead, and that sort of did me okay, even though I had a couple of rough moments on the outlap. So if I can still keep 15 seconds on Philip, I'll be very happy. 2.5 laps to go till we pit. Thanks for coming along, guys. This is split 2. If you're not sure, this isn't top split. We wouldn't be leading top split, I don't think, but 3.1k strength of field in this class. TCR class. I'm not really a TCR guy, but I do like the Nords, so that kind of compensates a bit for the fact that this isn't really my bag. But yeah, 3.1k strength of field. If we win this, there's going to be a lot of championship points on offer. And I will have done the first 2 rounds of this championship, so I'm like, oh, actually, am I doing this whole championship then? Is that what's happening here? Right now, though, I've got to stop jabbering on. I've got concentrating on apexes and exits. So the 4x you see, one of those incident points was on the in lap as my tyres were shot. The other 3 were actually on my out lap when I was trying to get the car round. So I've got 4 incident points in this race so far, and they were on the out and in laps, or in and out laps. Yeah, leading any split is good. One of my fellow YouTubers, John74, I believe, is still leading his split as well. He's in this same car, and he's in split 5. So John74 on YouTube is also running, and I believe he's leading by about the same amount as I am. About a 15-second lead last time we checked. A single Euro Nords VLN, yeah. That's me. My specialism. So 16.9. Maybe his Dutch Kiwi is towed again.
Is increasing. It's now 17 seconds.
In the Hyundai? Oh yeah, Hyundai, sorry. Right, so hang on. Let's have a look. We have got fuel ticked. Right, good. Brilliant. We need that. We need tyres. They're ticked as well. We're 17 seconds ahead of Philip in P2, and his tyres might be starting to go, because at the start of this stint I was taking it very easy. He's leading by 17. I'm leading by 17.4. So John in split 5 is doing just the same as I am. If he's going down a Dottinger, finishing a Dottinger right now, then that's freaky. Nick's P21 in this race. All right, mate. Cheers. Right, so we're putting a lap on Dutch Kiwi now.
Only 2 more laps of fuel.
My tyres are starting to go there. The car's just starting to wander a bit wider on the exits than I really want. But same for everybody. So it looks like we're about 1.5 seconds quicker than the next guy behind us on that lap. 1.2 seconds quicker than only the USB chin. So those numbers you can see on the caps at the top left of your screen. The green on the right hand side of that overlay is how their last lap compared to mine. If it's green, that means I was quicker. The over limit race was 9.5 seconds quicker than slower than me. Oh my god, I can't even bloody talk. Aish. There are 2 laps to go, we're coming in. Last time on my outlap, what made it even trickier was traffic.
Seconds.
So I wasn't really able to just do my own thing. Just got to make do the best you can. So at the end of my last stint, my rear tyres were still on 90%. I could try not taking rear tyres, but is that a gamble, an unnecessary gamble? That would make my outlap a lot more stable, but it might come to bite me at the end, and I intend to try and do a splash and dash at the end and not take tyres, so those tyres would then have to last me an hour and 36. No, less than that, an hour and 15. Plus the stint that I've just done, so yeah, they'll be on 90% and still have to... Oh no, I'm just going to change them. I need to stick with what I know, what I've practiced. And although I know it's a nightmare on cold tyres, at least I know what that feels like.
The gap behind is now 18 seconds.
Yeah, good point. The trouble with this car is you can't be cautious on your cold tyres, because when you're cautious, that's when the back end goes. You need to push on to get the weight on the front of your car, on the back of the car. It's a tricky old game. Alright, so we have a BMW M2 in front of us who's P4 in class, so we're going to be putting a lap on him. So Daniel in a GT4 behind hasn't really gained on us too much over the last few laps, so I might be able to stay in front of him until I pit. So I'll only be 1 lap on the line until I pit.
Slower class car ahead.
I see him. Looks to me that the guy in P6 is still towing and he's still P6. I think he may have retired and there's only 5 of us still going. That's crazy. Cheers, Paul.
The gap to Philip behind is now 19 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long until Zach gets past Philip. I think Zach's got the pace on him. Yeah. Running away, but that might mean that they're saving fuel to get a 10-lap stint, and that's the thing, mate. That's the thing. I might need a splash and dash, and they don't, so... Yeah, being 20 seconds ahead, it's probably not going to be enough if that's the case. Top 5 is secure, though, yeah. Top 5 is secure. Right, coming in up in 1 lap's time.
We think you'll be out of fuel on the next lap. That lap was at 8:41.3 seconds. You're a second off the pace in sector 2.
Not bad, Ascher. I'm leading. 3.1k strength of field and I'm leading. But there's one guy here that's worrying me. He's currently in P3, but he's matching my times. And if he's able to do that and he doesn't have to splash at the end, I might be in trouble. So this is my in lap, and then we've got a out lap obviously on cold tyres, which is going to be a nightmare. And may well result in a meatball. After that, we're kind of set in our ways, and we might have to debate whether we're going to do a splash and dash, which is the plan at the moment, or whether to try and get 10 laps out of a stint. Oh, it's a 1x. That's my 5th 1x.
We've just had a warning for cutting the track. The track temperature's rising. It's now 24 Celsius.
Getting warmer.
There's an incident in Hudson back.
I think either of us enjoyed that.
Yellow flag, watch out. Incident in Icon.
Right, can't see anyone. No one on my relative. Oh, there is an F for a GT4 in front of us. Maybe it was him. So Zach has got past Philip. So to get back to Zach now is what we're looking at, 20.3 seconds. Let's hope we can negotiate this GT4 before Schwedenkreuz.
Slower car ahead. This guy's on our lap. He won't get a blue flag. He's racing us for position.
Got half a car missing. So Overlimit's already pitted. Right. I think the front tyres are gone. We've got to be careful on this lap. Yeah, going to be losing a lot of time here, just these front tyres. Right, I see a P Cup that's about 16 seconds behind him. Might get me on a Dottinger then. Might be handy if he does, rather than in the twisty bits. Right, so we have got fuel ticked. And we have got all our tyres ticked. Right, Zach is 21 seconds behind now.
slower car. The car ahead is a liability.
Oh no, is he? Is it A3.3?
Hello, Adrian.
So someone who's an A3.3 driver is apparently a liability. I don't think so.
Okay, Damo, pit this lap.
I will.
This lap.
I could have worked out pretty bad.
What kind of line is that?
There's not been a lot of radio chat this race. Been quite quiet, which is quite nice actually. Still worried someone might be on a doing a 10-lap stint, you know. Just don't know. I don't know what the guys behind are going to do. It's going alright, Doug. I'm just a bit torn because I'm leading by 20 seconds. And at this rate, I will need to do a splash and dash. Or over the next stint, I'd have to save about a quarter of a lap over an 8-lap stint. Which is possible, but I'd obviously have to drive slow and I may well lose that 20 seconds. So, it's so hard to know what to do here. But I only need to worry about that if another driver is able to do a 10-lap stint next. Because if he needs a splash and dash, it doesn't matter. But and I think if he's going to try and do a 10-lap stint, he's going to have to slow down anyway. So yeah, it's a bit tricky. I'm just going to stick to my strategy. And the worst that can happen, I think, is going to be P3.
Pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometers per hour.
I hope I'm not going to get a penalty for that. Got back onto power before the pit lane speed limit was on. Because it comes on automatically. I hadn't realised it hadn't switched on yet, but I hadn't hit the line.
50 meters. Wood behind is pitting. Front left, 66%. Right rear, 90.
It looks like Philip has done the alternate strategy. He has done the alternate strategy. He's going for a 10-lap stint. I'm going to have to make these tyres and fuel last another... I can't do a splash and dash, guys. He's covered it off. He's covered it off. I'm going to have to save fuel. Shh. Yeah, I was nearly going to swear. Yeah, I'm going to have to try and make this into a 10-lap stint. So we need to average 8.5 at the very most.
Pit exit's clear. Push.
Right, so we have cold tyres and a heavy car. So I'm going to have to concentrate really hard. I will unfortunately be ignoring your chat for the time being, guys. Right, fuel saving, guys. I didn't want to come to this, but my hand's been dealt by other drivers.
Slippery surface flag.
Right, who's this behind? We have a GT4 coming up quick.
Okay, Damo, our fuel window opens on lap 20. It'll close on lap 27. We didn't record pit timings. The fuel estimates are not going to be great.
No, so he still thinks we need another lap, which is based on what fuel usage we had up until now.
Wood is gaining on you. The gap's
He is.
now
I don't think
19 seconds.
Wood is fuel
Go faster
saving.
than us into Hudson back.
So he will gain on me until I'm happy with my fuel level. If I can keep him more than 5 seconds behind me, I'll be happy, because even if he does fuel save from then, I think we'll be alright. Oh, this is going to be tense now. I'll be clever about where I fuel save. Making up quarter of a lap is normally no problem, but this is quarter of a lap of the Nords. So, yeah, it's like saving a couple of laps of a normal circuit. Alright, Zach's 19.7 behind, so I think he's just had fun with the GT3 there. Now, of course, this being a 10-lap stint as well, tyres.
Wood
I
behind us
hate to
now,
keep talking about tyres, but tyres will
19
become a factor. Sketchy there still. Back end still not quite where I want it to be. because I'm reluctant to use the throttle, I can't really power out of it as easily. "19 seconds behind still." I think he's fuel saving as well, you know. But I feel like we've got through the cold tyres stage pretty much now, which is a relief. Right, will we get a tow off this GT4 down the straight? There's another car here. What's that? That's the GT3.
Blue flag.
Oh, the GT4's dropped way back. We wanted you, mate.
The leader, Philip, is pitting. Philip, ahead is pitting.
But that'll be enough to take him to the end, so... And he's not going to have to fuel save, because he's already done his fuel saving.
Gap to P3 behind is now 19 seconds. P2. Slower car ahead. This guy won't get a blue flag because he's racing us for position.
Want to use him for a little bit. Stay, give me a tow, guys. Where you going? What are you doing over the left-hand side there? No help to anybody. I know he's going to disappear, isn't he? Well, he helped me out a little bit there. I hope that's him blinking, not me. Zach's still 18 seconds behind.
The gap to Wood behind is now 18 seconds.
Yeah, I've lost that BMW's toe now. 1.5 seconds, I'm not going to be getting anything. Keeping an eye on Zach behind. He might not be fuel saving, but I think he probably is. The Nurburgring and the 027 car, I've got no idea how far back they are. At least 27 seconds, because I can't see them on my relative. We know they're fuel to the end and they're not fuel saving. So all the chat was about tyres, it's now all about fuel. We need to get our average down to less than 8.5 litres per lap. While still maintaining the gap back to Zach. Very strategic win if we do manage this one, guys. First part of the race was definitely all about pace and we managed to pull away, and I think other people realised that their chance of beating me was going to have to be on strategy, so we've had to match them.
The gap to Wood behind is now 18 seconds. Red yellow flag, there's debris out there.
Zach's 19 back. He must be fuel saving. We've got to make this work. But we've got a bit of a buffer there, so if we have to drastically fuel save on the last lap, we probably can.
gap behind is now 19 seconds.
Right, what's it going to be over the line? We want as close to 8 as possible on the caps. 7.93. We're getting there. We're getting close.
You're looking really good. Come on, keep your focus. You're now in the lead. That lap was a 8:42.5 seconds. Okay, Damo. Pit window open.
Not interested. Not interested in pitting. Right, still on 5x. So Nurburgring has gone into the pits. They're stopping again. So, are they splashing now? And then they're going to push like crazy, but they're going to be so far back. I'm not worried about that, unless there's an extra lap in this race due to the GT3 leaders not catching us. Up to Zach, still 18 seconds.
P2 is getting closer. The gap is now 18 seconds.
Just under an hour to go, 17 seconds back at the moment. Anyone know what John's strategy is at the moment? Is he just going hell for leather? Yep. That's what we're thinking, mate. That's what we're thinking. 29 laps. Oh no, that'd be 11 laps, wouldn't it? Okay, okay. $29, not 28. Right, well, Caps is still showing we're going to do 28. So we're thinking there might still be a splash. Damn it, so people that have done 2 lots of 10 laps. Well, I think Zach will have to splash behind as well. All we can do is just keep saving fuel and keeping that gap to at least 10 seconds. So we've got an advantage over him no matter what. He's still 17 back, so he's not really gained this stint yet. Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
The gap to V2 behind is now 18 seconds.
Cheers, Chris. Yes. He might do 1 lap less than us, I'm not sure. Again, it sort of depends on what the GT3 leaders do. Okay, thanks, Chris. I see he's got about 40 people in his split. Or is he 30 in his split? I'm not sure how many's in each split for that race. Right, okay. Still 17 seconds back. This is going to be so hard to judge. Right, what's the damage? We've got over 7 laps in the tank. We'll keep saving. We'll keep saving.
Your lap time was 8:45.1. Your lap time's pretty consistent.
If we go another lap, we might have just enough fuel that we can really just go super slow.
Incident in Haukaken. It looks like it's wood.
What's happened to wood? Oh! That might make things a bit easier. So he's a couple of seconds quicker than me on that lap, but he's had an incident. He might have just lost that couple of seconds.
The gap to Wood behind is now 21 seconds.
Oh, he's not lost a lot of time then. Yeah. He may have damaged True. But he's got a fast repair, so he might come in, get his fast repair and get some fuel. And then be in a great position. Yeah, I feel like I don't just need that extra lap now, I need 2 extra laps. Which is very, very tricky. Such a long racetrack. I'm gonna have to splash if it goes the extra lap. But we won't know that probably for about 3/4 of an hour. We can then get an idea of where the leaders are. It's funny not knowing how far back he is, how much he's gaining on me, because I've got those 2 GT4s 17.5 seconds back. So my relative, I mean I could switch my black box to show that, but I really want to have it there so I can keep an eye on what
The gap behind is now 19
iRacing says my
seconds.
laps of fuel is. Yeah, a lot, mate. I've managed to save a lap, but I'm worried I might have to save yet another lap because one of the guys in chat said that I think it was Stevie G said last week, it actually went 29 laps, not just 28. So I'm saving fuel at the moment, but trying to keep the gap to the guy behind to over 10 seconds. He's about 20 seconds behind at the moment. And I'm thinking if I need to splash and dash, he probably needs to as well. saving a whole extra lap. It's so tricky around here. I'm going to give it a go for a couple of laps and just see how close I get to it, but if I can avoid the splash and dash, even if on that last lap I'm having to just crawl around really slowly, I still should be able to stay ahead of people that do need to splash. If I've saved enough fuel.
The gap to P2 behind is now 18 seconds.
Yeah, so he's catching me quickly now. Yeah, alright buddy. Thanks for popping in, Ian. Catch you later, mate. If the guy behind gets within 10 seconds, I'm going to have to start stepping on the pace again. So 17.5 back. Which to me implies he's not fuel saving. .2 the gap. He's gaining 2 or 3 seconds a lap, that's okay, he's not going to catch me. Right, okay. Oh, it's touch and go then, isn't it, Stevie? I think it's because I'm not pushing.
Stay between the lines, please, Damo.
The throttle, it's costing me time like that. The oversteer is snapping. Right, 6.39. Alright, we've got nearly half an extra lap of fuel now. Let's not make mistakes like that, Damo. I mean, it really depends on how fast the GT3 leader is, because that's what dictates how many laps we do. Cheers, Smithers. It's tricky, mate. It's tricky. We're leading, but we're not sure how many laps this race is going to be. I've already saved an extra lap, but I might need another one. And at the Nords, saving a lap of fuel is a tall order. So I'm hoping the guys behind, or the guy behind Zach, isn't fuel saving, and that's why he's catching me, and he's going to have to pit.
Gap to Wood behind is now 14 seconds.
No, he's flying up behind me. He's flying up behind me. I'm going to have to get moving.
flag. The gap to P2 behind is now 14 seconds.
Right, still 14 seconds to the guy behind. If I can gain an extra half, so I've got like the extra half a lap over the line, I think I could then do that final lap on half a lap of fuel if I absolutely had to. And stay in front of anyone who's splashed and dashed.
There's an incident in Vickerman.
Uh-oh. So that's a peak up. I think it's got going again. Got a couple of GT4s between me and Zach behind. But I know Zach's at least 10 seconds behind because they're not within 10 seconds of, or the last one isn't within 10 seconds of me yet. That was super tricky. .3, I can see the gap now.
The gap to Wood behind is now 14 seconds.
.7, I think he's made a mistake. If he keeps making mistakes, or he's fuel saving, maybe. So hard to know. Need eyes on him. I need someone in the crew to have a look at him. Right, how far above the 5 laps have we got over the line? 5.62, 5.6. Okay, we're getting close to the extra lap, guys. Wood could have some more of those incidents, that would be great. I'm not sure the GT3 leader's going to come past us again, so this might well go up to the 29 laps then, guys. $14 still to Zach. Right, over the line I had 0.62 of a lap extra. Well, technically 1.62 extra.
The track temperature is decreasing. It's now 22 Celsius.
I've got a BMW M2 up ahead that we're going to have to negotiate, so we're going to have to use a bit of fuel to try and get past them.
The gap to P2 behind is increasing. It's now 14 seconds.
It's always 14 seconds. What are you on about? 34 minutes to go, still 14 seconds. Only need to win the race by a second, so I don't mind him catching me a little bit. A couple of seconds a lap is fine. He was 1.2 quicker than me on that lap. That's fine.
Okay, Damo, you've got half your fuel left. You're in the lead. Slower class car ahead.
Bit of 0x as we got past him there. I think we're alright though. Yeah. That's another car between me and Zach.
Wood is reeling you in. The gap's now 12 seconds.
Still 12 seconds. So a couple of seconds a lap. It's fine. We managed to still get enough to do that final lap. Right, so he's desperately saving as well, is he?
The gap behind is now 11 seconds. Slow car ahead. This is for position, so don't expect a blue flag.
Thanks for going on board with him, Chris. Appreciate that, mate. You know what, he's quick considering he's half throttle. Right, what's this going to be over line? 4.69, we gained a little bit more.
Okay, Damo, you've got about 4 laps of fuel left.
I need 5, to be sure. I think it's all this, and it'll probably end up being that we only do 28 laps, but I need to make sure that we're ready just in case.
The gap behind is now 12 seconds.
The 0-7 car behind. It's not Alex K on, he's not in this race, but it's his team. 10 seconds behind now.
We've been warned about track limits.
Yeah, I'm pushing my luck with the track limits at the moment. Trying not to lose momentum anywhere. .23 minutes to go, still over 10 seconds behind.
Gap to P2 behind is now 11 seconds.
Super tricky. If I'd have known we'd have needed 2 10-lap stints, I would have done one earlier in the race. Right, gap's still 10 seconds.
There's an incident here. Carousel. It looks like Philip.
Right, I think that's P3. Philip. Zach's 11 seconds back again now.
Minutes remaining. You've got 20 minutes left.
Okay, 20 minutes. We're not even done lap 25. Surely we're not going to do 29.
11 seconds.
1.41 of 141. 841. 841. Yep, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, cool. Alright, what's the gap? Is it over 4 seconds? Well, it's not going to be over 4 laps, is it? But how close are we? 3.76, okay.
You've got about 3 laps of fuel left.
I need 4 to be sure. Nine seconds the gap now. I want to start pushing, but I'm not sure about the laps, guys. I've got loads of fuel. If it only goes 28.
Wood is closing the gap. It's now 9.1 seconds. He's faster than you, entering Schrabenschwanz.
Thing is, if this does only go... Oh, he's dropped a couple attempts there. If this does only go 28, I can't have him that close to me. So if I make one little mistake on the final lap, he'll come past. So I'm going to have to start using it.
Alright, Damo, 15 minutes left. That's 15 minutes.
Maybe he's done the maths and he's now pushing. He knows we're only going to go 28. I don't know. Where's the leader though? It's so hard to know where the leader of the GT3s is. Yeah, that's right. Tyres rather than fuel rather than tyres. I'm flying away from him now. He's slow round that bit. So he's super fuel saving there, or he's made a mistake.
The gap behind is now 10 seconds.
You know what? On top of my mind, I can't even remember which one Foxhole is. Are they likely to catch me in the next 12.5 minutes? I guess is the question. I'm hoping they don't, and it does go an extra lap, because that's kind of like what this fuel saving's all been about. Actually, one less lap in the race would be quite handy as well. I think we're in a decent position. We've got both bases nearly covered. We just don't really know what he's up to. Oh yeah, he's not going to catch me. If he's at the first carousel. So we're going to go 29 then, surely. We're going to go 29, surely. Oh, I don't know. Go compression, right. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's too far back to catch me for another lap.
2 laps of fuel remaining.
Need 3.
Okay, Damo. Your lap times are pretty consistent. The gap to Wood behind is now 10 seconds. 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left.
9 seconds to go. Right, he's now going to have, yeah, he's going to have some GT4s to worry about now. Right, okay. Yeah, he's way too far back. Surely. Because I can't lift off and wait for him, because obviously that'll put me to lap down and Zach will overtake me. Oh my god, this is going to be such a hard last lap.
The gap to Wood behind is now 8.8.
Yeah, it's tense, that's what it is. I see people are now doing splash and dashes behind me. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get white flag at the next lap.
Come on, Damo. Just 5 minutes left. Hold your nerve. We can win this.
It's not just 5 minutes though, is it, Jim? 5 minutes. And then possibly 2 laps. Well, 3 minutes and then possibly 2 laps. Crazy number of laps. 29? Are you crazing me? Just 8 seconds behind. Right, a couple of BMWs in front of me. The negotiator.
Coming up on a slower class car. Red and yellow flag for debris. The gap to Wood behind
I was going to lose so much time behind him if I stayed behind him. I had to go for it. Let's see if I can get into this guy's toe. I'm not sure I will. No, I'm using too much fuel trying to chase him. Don't want the BMW behind me coming back at me though.
That's 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Slow car ahead. This is the leader for their class.
Yeah, no white flag, guys. We've got 2 to do. And over the line, we have 1.8 laps, even with fuel saving.
Fuel for this lap. Wood behind is pitting now.
He's pitting. He's pitting. So he's going to do the splash and dash. We are able to do the splash and dash if we need to. But the thing is, I think the leader might catch him. The leader might pass him, and so he's going to get white flag when he comes out the pits. Is someone able to see if the leader's going to pass him? In which case he's going to be on white flag and I'm not. Yeah, I know that, mate. Yep, I just wondered whether whether he's going to be getting the white flag anyway, because if the GT3 leader comes past him, he's stitched himself up there because he's now not going to be able to take the final lap. It makes my life a lot easier because all I need to do is complete that final lap no matter how slow. I don't know, mate. Leader passed him in the pits, so I think he's on white flag then. The leader must be on white flag, surely. Because his 4 hours is gone. He can't do another lap. He's got to get the checkered flag on his next lap.
Red yellow flag. Watch for debris on the track.
Doesn't want me behind him. I was hoping to use his toe. So the leader's 23 seconds behind. He might catch me on this lap. In which case I'll know if I've got the white flag or not. I think we might have over fuel saved. I think the leader is going to end up catching me. And therefore we didn't need the extra lap, but at least we had it just in case. Let's not mess it up now. Just got to concentrate on apexes and exits. Obviously my tyres are old at this point. I would love to be able to cross the line and still have at least 3/4 of a tank of fuel, a few quarters of a lap of fuel on board. You never know, that leader might crash. He's a couple of minutes ahead of P2, so if he has an accident, he's not going to come past me. And I've got to do the extra lap. But, in theory, Zach cannot do another lap. Yeah, because you can tow, Doug. I will have completed... I will have completed the lap before Zach. Zach can't do the lap that I would then be on when I ran out of fuel. So I would have done that number of laps that Zach's done before him. And I don't mind crawling around at 40 mile an hour if I need to. Because I'd like to take the checker flag, but I don't need to. I just need to. Need to get to that start-finish line. But the GT3 leader's going to get me, I'm pretty sure he is. It's just if he doesn't get me, if he crashes, our contingency is to then do a really slow lap. So you can win the race, even if you run out of fuel, because it goes on when the GT3 leader crosses the line. Still 7 seconds behind. Not sure how far behind Zach is.
Hit this lap, in this lap.
The GT3 leader's going to get me anyway, so I should get white flag as he comes through. Are we going to win? There's a chance. There's a chance we might, guys. There's white flag. We're on the final lap. Yes. This is it. We saved. We didn't need to. Well, we needed to save a bit. We didn't need to save all as much as we did. Just got to bring it home and not crash now. Where's Zach? Zach's not even on my relative. Zach's not even on my relative. Come on! Come on, Terje. About time the Falcon's car won a race. It's never won a race before. Vipers have won.
Flag. Be careful.
Never in doubt, JC. Come on, come on. We had 1.8 laps of fuel over the line. I've had to really fuel save because I'm fuel saving anyway just to get that 1.8 laps. So over the, I mean, I don't have to save now, but over the line, if I'd have had like 0.75, I'd have just had to crawl round. But it would have been fine, like I say. The thing is, he would have got checkered flag. Zach would have got checkered flag 50 seconds back. Ah, it's not even the same race. I didn't need to save that much fuel anyway. Right, who have we got? So there's nobody around us that's going to trip us up. GT3 leaders 10 seconds ahead. BMW's behind me, 10 seconds behind. Just bringing it home. Bringing it home with some fuel still in the tank. Come on. Get no unnecessary incident points here. Yeah, look at that. See, it's possible, guys. It's possible. Where's my man?
Well done, Damo. Great win. You deserved that today.
Yes, we switch the Meatball Flag of Shame for the P1 trophy. I'm over the moon with that. We don't win very often, guys. Especially 3.1k strength of field and a car we don't really know. Proper happy about that. There's the leader of the GT3s. Well done, guys. Get another incident point, I don't care. We're going to be maxed out anyway. Only 8x in a 4-hour race. And we're already on 4.99. Cheers! Cheers, Mitch! How you doing, mate? Nice to have you along. Come on, John. Let's hope John can do it as well, hey? Whew. Right, this racetrack is still active. So I had 0.8 laps over the line. So I would have probably been able to just about scrape another lap if I needed to. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much, guys. We don't get very often a chance to show this guy's face. Look at him. Concentrating on me. Look at him. Focus on him. Hey, there he is. Hello. Hello. I'm the bride to Damien's bridesmaid. That was fun. Oh, trust me, I thought that was fun as well. I'm gonna have to drop a message to Zach and say the pressure was intense there. So let's do that. What was his name? Hang on. If we go to results, we'll find him there, won't we? Really happy. Oh, my hands are clammy. How about that? So I've just dropped only use me chin a message. Amazing race, dude. I was trying so hard to save. Yeah, brilliant. That was fun. Now the results won't be in for a little while, so we're gonna have to stick around for a little while we wait for that to happen. So let's see who's still out on track. Let's go to the next driver. Would have been easier to go back from there. Oh no, actually, these guys. Like, he's finished the race. He's having some fun. We won the race, guys. We won the race. Doesn't happen. I think he's still on a lap. Has he got checkered flag yet? Mark. So that's my go pusher. What number are they? 86 or 086? Where are you then? So he hasn't got the checkered flag yet, so this is guy that's probably going to be last over the line. It's only halfway around the lap yet, but we won't get the results for a while until he's finished. There was no real incidents there to look at, was there? So I'm not really sure if you guys... Well, I doubt you're intended... You want to see. Should we have a quick look if it will load up? Let's see if we can get it to load up lap 1. And I'll show you what happened to the leaders. Those of you who have just joined. Where am I? Car number 10, of course. Race lap. I'll get a lap 2 and then rewind from that. It'll take a little while for that to come through. Oh, I've got a hell of a headache now. God. And my wrists. Ah. Right, so this is the start of lap 2 then. So at this point we're in the lead. We are in the lead. Look at that. Who would have thought? But why are we in the lead when we qualified P2 and we had a bad start? Okay. So in front of me, this is what happened to these guys. So this was the leader at this point. So the guy, this is the guy who qualified in P3, but he'd got on to, he'd made a good start, and then the leader had messed up just before this. This is coming onto the Dottinger, and I don't know why he's done that. I mean, come on, mate. You can't drive through a Cayman. You can't drive through. What was it? What was he thinking? The Cayman is going to be slower than you, mate. Through the right-hander, it will, because we've established that the GT4s and TCRs are the same lap time, but they pull away on a straight. So that must mean they're slow in the corners, right? So why are you right up his derriere here? What did you think was going to happen? That Cayman must be livid. That Cayman must be livid. Anyway, so that's what happened to that guy. But he was in P2 until the leader had a mishap. Oh, no, he wasn't. He did manage to get past the leader. Right. So this was... no, that way. No. I'm on the wrong guy. Andreas Hook. So we raced him last week. Well, 2 weeks ago. This is what happened to him. Let's change that a bit, shall we? So he just made a mistake coming through this Schwalbenschwanz bit. So he's a bit there. Cold tyres. And then he tries to recover. He does well there. Luckily, he doesn't collect me. But does that. So that's what took him out of the race. And he's the guy that got pole, so he must be absolutely gutted. Absolutely gutted. Anyway, so they were what happened to the guys around me. Let's go check out, see if the results are in yet. There's only one result I care about, though. P1. I just hear, well, you can see in chat about John 74 if you're interested in that, or if you're going to go watch it later, then don't look at chat, because it gives away what happened to John. Keep trying to drink that, there's none left. This is my cross bottle. I don't know if you can see there. It says
That's the end of the session.
cross and car number 10 on it. Okay, let's see if the results are in. Hello, toilet. God, you told me we just finished a 4-bit-hour race, and now you turn up. I hate it when it says forfeit. I don't want to forfeit. Let's click withdraw. Right, are the results in? Are the results in? No, not yet. So John's results are in, but not mine. I think ours went perhaps an extra lap. Oh man, you just missed it. And not only did you miss it, we won the race. 3.1k, and we won it. Well, 3.1k in our stop that. Stop my heart rate. Thanks, Terje. Appreciate that, mate. That strategy at the end, it was just like, oh, I was desperate to save because he was saving so much. I thought he's got to be saving for a 29 lapper. Luckily, it wasn't. Luckily, it wasn't. But we were ready. If it was going to go 28 laps, we were ready. But the pace was weird. We were 10 seconds a lap off what we did in practice just before it. We did an 8:30.1 in practice when the track was just super grippy. So, like I say, anyone looking at my Garage 61, people on my race teams will have access to that. If they're going, how the hell did Damo do an 8:30.1? It's because the track in practice was super grippy. Nope, still not got it yet. Still not in yet. Let's see if we can find John and look at his result. John Davey, that's his name. So this was John, and he was split 5. So you see, split 2 isn't in yet. You can see that's. Oh no, it's behind what you can see there, but it says -1 strength of field because it hasn't calculated it yet. But this was John's split, and he was in TCR. Oh, so he didn't have any M2s. And there we go, Garage 74. Look at that. So he got 116 championship points, gained 87 iRating. Blimey, John, calm down. And he's maxed out again at 4.99. Ah, here we go. Oh no, I thought ours was in. Is it in yet? This might be us. This might be us. Debut Cross Falcons, P1, 175 championship points there. We got 8x in the race. One of those was after the finish line when I was dicking about. We gained 82 I rating, and of course we're already maxed out. There we go, guys. We're up to 3596, but that is a win. We got to shake our little guy. That sounds really euphemistic. We got to shake our little guy. We got this dude. Focus on him. Focus on him. Not going to. Hey! Which is a rare occurrence. Anyway, I'm going to go get some food because it's now gone 1 o'clock. My shoulders hurt, my wrists hurt. But it's all worth it. Remember, tonight, Ian at Intraphase on YouTube will be going live for a big old race as well. So if you love a bit of iRacing, follow him as well. If you don't already subscribe, please do. John74 did this same race. We just had a look. He was in Split 5 as another person to go and subscribe to if you haven't already. And also right now, I believe Nick Scottney is doing a race around Summit Point in a GT3. So another thing to go check out. Anyway, thanks ever so much, everyone. Catch you guys on the next one. And I really hope you enjoyed that win as much as I did.